Line to gain, surprisingly perfect. Words of Wisdom now back in last, and flat out winners on the 3 wide side. 250 to travel, surprisingly perfect. The 6-5 favorite trying to keep this streak of favorites alive. After that, Line to Gain. Outside of that is flat out winner into the final 75. Harry is all over, surprisingly perfect, and flat out winner at the wire wins race number 3. From the back of the pack to the winner's circle, behold, flat out winner. And they're racing, and May Z is incredibly fast to the inside. May Z trying to put 1 or 2 on the field, but actually it's only a half. After that, Casino Queen trying to keep up with that tearaway one. On the far outside is Birdie Be Gone. That one's to the outside of Honey Bella. Then we come to Essential Bella. About 5 lengths from the lead, 2.5 clear from Yankee Agate, who's 7-8 lengths behind Maisie. After that is Morg's World, and the one in last is Naughty Nelly. 13 from front to back, and they're coming home now. It is Maisie trying to take them gate to wire, and Lindy Wade shakes up that one with a 1.5 length lead. Outside of that, Casino Queen. Now on the far outside, Essential Bella and Harry Hernandez beginning to close fast, but Maisie is incredibly fast, and Maisie from Essential Bella, Maisie, gate to wire. Required for the rest. And they're racing. Love My Jimmy loves the early lead and scoots out of the gate in search of said lead, but that lead has been ceded by Fire Sword, who comes knifing through to the inside to take the lead by 1.5. It might be ever widening. The white horse is Macho Rocco, 5 out of it, 2.5 clear from Kierkegaard. That one is to the outside of Gray Magician. Then we come to Wise Verdict. That rider's trying to win 3 in a row and would have to do so from 12 out of it. Into the far turn they go, race 5, Canterbury Park, and it's Fire Sword leading the way. Fire Sword at 5-1 leads it by 1. Love My Jimmy lay second, still under a hold. After that, Macho Rocco. Then we come to Gray Magician. That one in the leading rider, Harry Hernandez, trying to sneak through to the inside. Wise Verdict running on from behind. Then it's Kierkegaard. They're at the top of the stretch, and here comes Gray Magician with an aggressive Harry Hernandez ride, splitting runners. And Gray Magician is looking to disappear in the winner's circle. Gray Magician from fellow Gray Macho Rocco, but it's Gray Magician. He's Harry, and he wins by 3. Hernandez. The winning owner, Kirk Sutherland, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. An impressive victor is and they're racing. Slow beginning for the speedy Paparizzo, but now he revs up attempting to join the lead, which belongs to Bigfoot City. And Bigfoot City goes quickly, quarter horsing into the first turn. Bigfoot City opens up a 3-length lead. Paparizzo last out of the gate, now third, now second, and he's setting his sights in the early stages on Bigfoot City. After that, we come to Thick Haze. That one is saving ground to the inside, 2.5 from the lead as Bigfoot City conspicuously slows down on that pace. After that, Mark the Moose to the outside of Aries Reigns. Then we come back to the one second last, that's Skippy Strike, and the one at the tail is Beat the Heat, 15 from the front, and the front belongs to Bigfoot City, leading it by a half. In second, Paparizzo, 3.5. Then we come to Thick Haze, 1.5. Aries Reign, 8 lengths from the lead, and Aries is to the inside of Mark the Moose. After that, we have Skippy Strike beginning to run on from behind, and Beat the Heat still double digits out of it. They're at the top of the stretch, and Paparizzo last out of the gate trying to put that nose in front. Bigfoot City languishing a bit to the inside. Far outside, Skippy Strike is surging, and Thick Haze with a wonderful, wonderful ride, saving ground, fending challenges, and Thick Haze and Harry to the winner's circle. Rocket Wrench Racing. Thick Haze is a 5-year-old bay son of Painter out of Vapor Cloud. Race 7 is courtesy of Quick Trip and a top. All right, race 7, take 2, and they're racing. Rough beginning for that 3, Atonement. Great beginning for Kathy Wagon to the inside, and the gray Avery's Treasure looking for all the booty. After that, Valiant Speed to the inside, but they are chasing in vain. Avery's Treasure wins. Is a 2-year-old gray gelding by Moon and the Eagle. YC Lucky Charm. This winner was bred in Minnesota by the owner, Bruce Lunderborg. Yeah. And they're racing in the Bob Morehouse. Rough beginning for EOS Whiskey Girl, who's down next to the rail. Dickie Bob popped out of the gate like a champion and puts 2 on the field. After that, Relentless Babe, but they're all chasing in vain. And for a 4th time, Dickie Bob is the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Dickie Bob. That's the Morehouse champion, and the winning rider, Ramiro Garcia. Dickie Bob is an 8-year-old brown gelding by Apolitical Jess out of Paint or More, bred in Minnesota.
Of us in the press box, we just adore Dickie Bob. He's a Canterbury Classic. You got to know him with a nice winning ride here last August. How much does that help when you come back to ride and maybe you haven't seen an old guy in a while?
Awesome. I mean, first of all, thank Jason for giving me that mount. A horse like that, I mean, you kind of got to get nervous. You don't know him. But, I mean, he does the work for himself. So he's got that attitude. Even in the stall, he's kind of mean. But out there, he's all business. So that's always good. He does everything himself.
And what did Jason tell you? Because last time out, he stumbled at the start.
Cranky. I don't know where they go. Apolitical Jimmy popped sweetly on the inside, and so did JJ's Blue Moon. Here comes El Galito with a rush. Behind that one is Rocking the World, but El Galito is W. Galito.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under mostly sunny skies on a steamy Thursday. The main track is fast. And the turf, if you open up your programs, we will go over the changes on tonight's race card, starting in race number 1. In the first race, a jockey change on the 1 horse. Make the jockey Loreno Sosa. Sosa picks up the mount on number 1 in the first. Race 2 is clean. Moving on to race number 3, scratch the 5 Texas Twinkies. Race 3, take out 5. With that scratch, there are no superfecta wagers in tonight's third race. Onward to the fourth, where we scratch number 9, Merlin's Sister. Scratch the 9, Merlin's Sister in the fourth. Jockey change, put Loreno Sosa on the 6. And do note that the 8 horse will race with no Lasix. The 9 is out, Sosa's on the 6, and the 8 will run with no Lasix in tonight's fourth race. There are no more scratches or jockey changes on the rest of the card. Races 5, 6, and 7 completely clean. And an additional workout for the 4 horse in the 8th race. Post-time pick 4 starts in race number 1. 10% takeout pick 5 starts in race number 2. Up next, Jeff Madej, Angela Herman with Today at the Races.
Well, good evening and welcome to Today at the Races. I'm Jeff Madey. I'm joined by Angela Herman, and what a night we have in store for you. 6 thoroughbred races, 2 quarter horse races as we roar towards Hall of Fame night Saturday.
Absolutely, and we have a lot coming on Saturday on the turf, including some special wagers that come along with our very special night. And one moment, it actually will not come to that.
Well, there was some meddling going on in here, and your microphone does not appear to be working, but I know what you were saying, and what you're about to tell people is that on Saturday and Sunday, there's a first bet bonus for those playing the Canterbury races. Pretty simple. If you're an express bet or a first bet member, and you bet $100, but first you need to register on your
register.
app. You log in, you register, and if you bet $100, you get $20 back, just like that, both days.
Both days, yeah. Just make sure that you do register ahead of time. All of the details as for what wagers are in there, and it's very inclusive with everything. If it adds up to 100 or more, bam, you'll get that credit back into your account. And we have the races worth the play. And I mean, even though you have a lot of meets opening up this weekend, there's a lot to look forward to across the country. Don't forget to take a look at that card on Saturday night. It's a really nice group. We're supposed to have really nice weather and turf racing where it isn't always readily available. One of those stakes is right behind me. That's the Francis Genter, and we'll see if Cupid's Crush can bring her act over from the turf back to the dirt and take on Lover Girl again, even though Lover Girl has been prepping for this with some very quick works to take her back on.
You know, I might get my $100 out of the way right away with the Francis Genter with a little $100 bet on Cupid's Crush.
Wouldn't be bad.
She will be the biggest favorite. And, you know, it is interesting that they did stretch her out last time for the first time in the Sampson Oaks and tried the turf, and now they're back sprinting again. But it's a 3-year-old. It's a Minnesota bred. You can run for $50,000 against your own kind, so why not?
Right, and you can definitely get a lot out of that pedigree, and that pedigree has been very conducive, not only for the barn, I mean, they've trained plenty of members for it, but for her breeders and her owners. I mean, a lot of history through there, and it has lent its hand to doing a lot of different things well. I don't think this will be much of a hurdle for her.
The Ralph Stranzis is our second of the 4 $50,000 stakes. I think very competitive. Xavier Dave was impressive last time out, but so was Stagecoach Boys.
It's hard to hear you over Todd Schrupp, but yeah, Stagecoach Boys was very, very impressive last time around in finishing second. That was open company. Now he does get into some competition that I think will not only set up the race for him nicely from a pace standpoint, but a little tiny break, even though it's a bigger field and they're nice horses. Let's face it, he was taking on some monsters last time around.
If you look back to last year, though, the Alligator Hunter actually won the Stranzers and then was disqualified for that bobbing and weaving act that he did.
I really can't hear you.
16th pole. So I think that the Alligator Hunter could be the controlling speed, could dictate the pace. And if he gets loose on the lead, this turf course has been favoring speed in a big way, I think. So the Alligator Hunter, very dangerous.
I completely agree. Okay. Now, moving on to the Minnesota Turf Distaff. The fillies and mares take their turn on the turf. And like we talked about yesterday, hinted at it a little bit, it's very fitting that on Hall of Fame night, when Bob Lothenbach is going to be honored and put into the Hall of Fame, that he holds the aces in the Minnesota Turf Distaff. They're on the inside. We've taken on this situation before, too. I am a Midnight Current apologist. I have been for a while, not because she's 8-5, but just you like Let's Skedaddle because sometimes Let's Skedaddle gets lost in the shuffle even though she's a very talented mare.
Well, Midnight Current did go 5 for 5 and was undefeated last year in the Canterbury Park Course of the Year, so I get that. I liked Let's Skedaddle last time they ran because I was going to get a big price. I think she probably gets bet here, and I might try to look around to try to beat both of those. I don't know who it's going to be, but there's some talent in there. Start Singing's got a lot of speed, and again, I said this track does play towards front runners. She's my warrior, no slouch either.
Well, and if things do move to the main track, this could become the biggest favorite of the night because this one you see right here, 8-5, she's main track only. She will be out if they go to the turf. That's Charlie's Penny. You probably know that name quite well. So for now, out of the mix because it does look very good on Saturday as far as the skies opening up and deluging on us goes. Not happening.
Our fourth stakes race on Saturday night, Hall of Fame night, is the Victor S. Myers. Again, $50,000 purse. Hey, you know, someone pointed out it was Grunder. Richard Grunder, of course, former Tampa Bay race caller, agent to the Stars. There's a dam named Garden Gloves. 3 of her offspring are running. A 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 5-year-old, and each one is in a different stakes race. I don't think that's ever been done before in the history of horse racing.
That's It's pretty rare, and especially when we get to these Minnesota breds and these classy mares, kind of like we talked about with Cupid's Crush earlier and her family being the great producers that they are. Garden Gloves has started kind of her own, and the Padilla Barn is very familiar with a lot of members of that family, and some of the quirks that they have are worked out with time, but they're very talented horses, and it's good that he does know the family so well so he can get past that a little bit quicker than maybe somebody unfamiliar with the line is.
Well, I think we're going to see maybe one Garden Gloves offspring in the winner's circle. Don't know which one, but that's a pretty cool story. And if they all three win, well, we're on the national news because it's never, yeah, I know that's never been done before.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned Bob Lotharbach. His trainer is Joel Burnt. We had a chance to catch up with Joel earlier yesterday morning to talk a little bit about his prospects on Saturday night. Let's take a look.
Well, Saturday night is something we look forward to every year. It's an opportunity for the Minnesota breds to participate with their own kind, and we look forward to running a nice contingent of horses. We like Midnight Current on the turf, and Let's Skedaddle, it might be just a little short for her, but depending on pace, she has a chance. She's beat Midnight Current before. And in the boys race, Stagecoach Boys is improving.
Warrior and Stagecoach Boys, tight photo.
In every race, he's improved quite a bit and becoming a mature horse.
Inside, and they're racing in the Northern Lights Futurity. It's Bob's Business started in last.
It's Bob's Business had a few setbacks this spring.
It's Bob's Business circumnavigating like a champion. What a move that was. It's Bob's Business.
It's there. We see it in the morning. It's just, I think now it's maybe a confidence issue. Also, they all sprint at 2, but at 3, he might not want to sprint anymore, and he might be a distance horse. So we're going to let this race tell us what to do next.
A little insight on some very talented mares. Good luck to Joel Burnt, Bob Lotharbach in the Minnesota Turf Distaff and all of their entrants on Hall of Fame night. Back to tonight. It is our first Thursday. We have some quarter horses involved, and we're going to try to send you out with a winner to lead you into Hall of Fame Day on Saturday. That's Runnin' Man in the last race today, making his second start for Vic Hansen. Now, Runnin' Man didn't have the cleanest of getaways down at Remington Park. Almost had to slow him out of the gate with some traffic right away, but still ran on very well that day. And the top 3 finishers from that race have all come back to win. 2 to break their maidens, another one to come back and win an allowance race. Judging by the company they keep, use Runnin' Man and see if you can get a little bit of a price. He could be a key in that contest tonight.
I like your play of the day, and I like when your play of the day includes a quarter horse because there's value and there's things to be found.
Exactly.
Speaking of quarter horses, we should quickly mention last night Dickie Bob,
Oh,
all time,
yeah.
one of the best Minnesota bred quarter horses of all time, just destroyed that.
Never get mad at losing to Dickie Bob. That was fun. I mean, the way that he did it too. It was very impressive on his part. And Dickie Bob lived up to the hype and wins the Bob Morehouse.
Back to Saturday night, there's a handicapping contest on Express Bet, the official app of Canterbury Park. It's a $300 entry fee. $100 entry fee plus a $200 live bankroll that you use to make wagers. You have to bet 5 races, win place, and choosing from the 9 races that we offer. And if you win, you get a $2,000 entry to another contest that could vault you right into the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Handicapping Championship.
Righto.
In either one of those contests, if you were to be lucky, you could walk home with close to $1 million. Pretty good.
There's the Steam team. All right, we got the All-Turf Pick 5 on Saturday as well. You can see it back here. You only have to skip 1 race in the sequence. If you've handicapped it all anyway, good. Your work is done. Take out the dirt race in the middle. This is a 10% takeout Turf Pick 5 that is stacked. It's a good sequence, and it involves stakes. It involves some claimers. It even involves some maidens, I think so. And it's got a little bit of everything. It's a cool wager, and again, it's 10% takeout. If you can get into it, start early in the card. It starts in race number 2. Lots of betting options through the night, but that's one of the best.
10%. That sounds like
lowest in the universe.
Lowest in the nation. The universe even. Correct.
Yes.
Now, Saturday is going to be a tough test, but save some energy because you're going to want to come back for Sunday for extreme race stake. Camels, ostriches, zebras. It's a real zoo.
Oh boy, yes, it is a real zoo. Been on board one of those. That was a one and done for me, but see some more skilled riders come and take their turn. Try to stay on board the ostriches and make Extreme Day both a fun and unexpected, or I guess unpredictable spectacle on Sunday.
What if you rode a zebra, an ostrich, and a camel? If you won all three, that's a triple crown. You would be a triple crown.
I would be a triple crown of winner of Extreme Day. Boy, wouldn't that be an honor?
Never been done. We can see the horses getting ready for the opener in the saddling enclosure. That means it's time to go to Kevin Gorg. Kevin Gorg is one of our analysts. He's 1/3 of the Steam team. That also includes you and track announcer Paul Allen. Kevin Gorg has some wisdom he's going to share with you, and then we'll see the horses in the post parade, and he'll come back and give you a post-time pick 4 bet as well.
Deal. All right, Kevin, what do you got?
Here we go.
And there he goes. There goes Kevin. Kevin making his way to the microphone right now, and it's worth the wait.
Horse is now coming out of the saddling enclosure, ready to enter the paddock for race number 1. It's a 1-mile race for Minnesota breds at the allowance level. 2-5 right now on Outrun 'em. Wow, didn't see this coming. He's my top pick in the race, but there'll be no win bet at those skinny odds. This is a horse that has faced significantly better competition, has been facing open competition. Now here's the one. Sosa will be the jockey on this one horse, 18-1. On the stretch out, might show a little more speed from the inside, but does seem a little bit up against it on paper. The 2 is Mystifier. Now, Mystifier, 3-1 morning line, looks like a contender. We get Luis Fuentes back in the mix, terrific jockey that we've seen here at Canterbury over the last few years. Mystifier is interesting. Now, he's a closer, so he's going to be relying on the pace being honest and the horses being vulnerable late. But when he comes with a run, he can come with a pretty significant kick. He's moving from the turf back to the dirt for Cody Rosine. Cody Rosine's a trainer we trust, one of the top trainers out here at Canterbury Park. Should get a ground-saving trip, and to me at 6-1 looks like some of the value up on the board makes a nice impression here in the paddock as well. Let's talk about Outrun 'em. They are betting this horse like they know. Holy cow, 2-5. Thought this horse would be around 8-5, 9-5, but the drop-in class is significant. We're back in against state breds. Do note, this horse is 0-13 on the Canterbury main track. Now, has hit the board and finished in the top 3 in 6 of those 13, but at 2-5 on the win bet side of things, I just that's a tall order. You've got to have an awful lot of faith. Should get a good trip, but again, 0-13 on the main track is a legitimate question mark as an overwhelming favorite. I love the Bullet workout here on July the 6th. This horse is going to be a handful either way. My top pick, 1-2, is Outrun 'em. But when you see my pick 4 ticket, which we'll get to after the post parade, I go 3 deep here. I don't think this is any kind of cinch. North Arm Bay is the 4 for Troy Bethke. Lindy Wade, the pilot. Boy, Lindy is riding with such confidence right now. Very versatile rider, but he's really good at timing the late move. North Arm Bay does have late kick. Has raced 11 times on our main track and has hit the top 3 in 6 of those 11. Do note. Paul Allen and Angela Herman both like the 5 Undertow, and I get it. This horse should be loose on the lead, and speed has been so very good on both the main track and the turf here in recent weeks. So if Undertow with Harry Hernandez can get loose on the front, look out. The horse makes a nice impression, too. Very healthy-looking racehorse in the paddock for Mr. Joel Burnt, who also has the outside horse, Midnight Royal. I think this horse is a fair number, too. 7-1 on a Joel Burnt horse? Okay. See the numbers. The trainer's 30% when he takes a horse from a sprint out to a route. So he's 30% on the stretchy. Should get a good stalking trip. And, again, if you can find value on the board there, you have to use it. I'll have that 6 on my post-time pick 4 ticket, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. Now there's the grid of selections. You can see that Angela Herman's out there with the 5. First bet likes that 6 I just talked about. And then we've got a bunch of people on this favorite who's 1-2 right now on the betting board. I think those odds will drift up, but still a very interesting Minnesota bred allowance race to crank it up here. 8 races. The post-time pick 4 starts in 9 minutes. And of course, we've got that pick 5 starting in race number 2. Good luck. I'll be back in a few with that post-time pick 4 ticket tonight. That ticket will be an $18 play. Stay tuned.
That is the incomparable Lynn Dykert. And the call to the post brings them onto the track for the first. Beginning the Canterbury Park 10% takeout, post time, pick 4. Racing at Canterbury this first Thursday of the season is presented by Busch Light. And we also thank Apple Autos, Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, and Jim Beam. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. Welcome to Canterbury Park.
All right, folks, time for the post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout. Here's my ticket, and I get it. Outrun him is my top pick, the 3, but as you can see, I don't think this horse is a complete cinch. I'm going to use both the Joel Burnt horses to the outside. I'm going to use 3, 5, and 6 in the first. Try to get this 6 home at 8-1. That'd be real nice as far as the start goes in this post-time pick 4. Leg 2, I'm going to use 1, 4, and 5. Once again, the 1 is my top pick, but I think the other 2 horses I've got on the ticket might offer just a little more value. Now we start to pare it down. Race 3, I'm going to use just the 2 and the 6. Both those horses figure to get different types of trips. The 2 has speed, the 6 is a closer, and that final leg, wide open turf race, I use the 4 and the 5. I've got Rental Pool, my power play, and 5. She's got the power, who's 10-1. Try to get a little value at the back end of this ticket. It's an $18 play. 3, 5, 6 with 1, 4, 5 with 2, 6 with 4 and 5. You can play my ticket. You can modify my ticket. It pays hundreds, sometimes thousands. Make sure you're involved. 5 minutes to race 1, 5 minutes to that pick 4.
There at the gate, it's now post time for the first at Canterbury Park on a Thursday. Post time pick 4, 10% takeout, commencing when Midnight Royal gets into the gate, and we let him fly. The first of 8, good luck. And they're racing. Mystifier out nicely. Harmon Killer Brew at 40-1 off speedily. And Outrun 'em is Outrun 'em early for the early lead, but now actually has been overtaken by Undertow. And Undertow gallops clear by 3. Around the corner they go. And now the field is well dispersed. In fact, the 6 are covered by 11. And up top on the lead, Undertow and Harry Hernandez. That lead is 3 over the 3 Outrun 'em. Then it's a conspicuous 6 to number 6, Midnight Royal. Harmon Killer Brew steadily losing ground, about 2.5 lengths clear from Mystifier, and North Arm Bay running on a smidge, about 13 out of it, half mile to travel, and Harry takes Undertow off the inside into path 3. Outrun 'em is sneaking through on the inside, and that duo is now 9 clear from Midnight Royal. North Arm Bay running on, then it's Harmon Killer Brew, and Mystifier's back in last off the far turn, and Undertow grabbed that lead with 7.5 to go and is about to have company in the shape of Outrun 'em, and the 1-2 favorite Outrun 'em cuts that lead from a half to a neck, to a nose, and there he goes. Outrun 'em and Bridgemahan have outrun them at the top of the stretch, opening up by 4. Make it 5. It's all ever widening. After that, Undertow, North Arm Bay has the bright colors to the outside for the bottom part of the ticket, but it's Outrun 'em with a commanding lead into the final 75. Outrun 'em has outpaced all of them in race 1. Mystifier from last gets up to fill the exacted 5-1. Number 3, Outrun 'em first. 3, 2, 4, 5. We welcome our featured groups to the racetrack tonight. Those here with Zetavo for the Soybean Seed Derby. Keb, America's Summer Party. Fazenden Realtors. The Owatonna High School class of 1976. Scannell Properties. And Bernick Homes. The first at Canterbury, provided by Loeffler, is official. So now we go to the second race, and for the first time to a firm turf course, no scratches, race time 22 minutes from now. Outrun 'em. Outran 'em at $3 for the Win Mutual. And for it is set to receive a well-deserved bath for his toil. The first race, the Check My Brain purse, goes to number 3, Outrun 'em, and Jermaine Bridgmahan. Outrun 'em is owned by Gayatri Rampatara, and the winning trainer, Edgar Espinoza. Sane. Mystifier out nicely. Harmon Killer Brew at 40-1 off speedily. And Outrun 'em is Outrun 'em early for the early lead, but now actually has been overtaken by Undertow. And Undertow gallops clear by 3. Around the corner they go. And now the field is well dispersed. In fact, the 6 are covered by 11. And up top on the lead, Undertow and Harry Hernandez. That lead is 3 over the 3 Outrun 'em. Then it's a conspicuous 6 to number 6, Midnight Royal. Harmon Killer Brew steadily losing ground. About 2.5 lengths clear from Mystifier, and North Arm Bay running on a smidge. About 13 out of it, half-mile to travel. And Harry takes Undertow off the inside into path 3. Outrun 'em is sneaking through on the inside. And that duo is now 9 clear from Midnight Royal. North Arm Bay running on, then it's Harmon Killer Brew, and Mystifier's back in last off the far turn. And Undertow grabbed that lead with 7.5 to go and is about to have company in the shape of Outrun 'em. And the 1-2 favorite, Outrun 'em, cuts that lead from a half to a neck, to a nose, and there he goes. Outrun 'em and Bridgmahan have outrun them at the top of the stretch, opening up by 4. Make it 5. It's all ever widening. After that, Undertow, North Arm Bay has the bright colors to the outside for the bottom part of the ticket, but it's Outrun 'em with a commanding lead into the final 75. Outrun 'em has outpaced all of them in race 1. Mystifier from last gets up to fill the exact
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to take you through race number 2, which starts the 10% takeout pick 5. And Angela, this is one of those turf sprints where I don't think it's going to be very simple here. I don't think people are going to be singling anybody. I think you're going to want to go at least 2 or 3 deep.
I was a little surprised at where the money was going early on. I mean, you see the will pays and you get an idea of things, but Savona at 6-5. I mean, I really thought that I was onto something that would provide a touch of value, but she is not that at the moment. Neither is my second choice in here either. Right of Refusal. Now they're going to be different trips for these two. Savona, I thought, might get clear on the front end, but the question, and I'm sure the question that you asked too as well, is how much pressure can Thorn Crown with a clean break and Perfect Moon apply to her? My thought was that Savona would get clear and she can last 5, but if those two get to her, it could be anybody's race.
Yeah, I agree. And, I was intrigued by the 5, who I thought might get lost in the shuffle here. Has some good turf breeding. I see some Freud in the bloodlines, in from Arizona, off since March. Lightly raced 3-year-old filly with some nice workouts for Wade Rarick, who can pop with a horse like this. So I've got the 5 on my radar, but I'm super intrigued by the 1. And again, another horse we're guessing with a little bit. Turf bloodlines are okay. Off slow last time, hustled into a pretty fast pace. Had every right to get tired. Did get beat by Savona in that race, but had some excuses. And Royal's Little Diva came back to run a big race last weekend. So I'm encouraged by both the 1 and the 4 here.
Obabe did too. She ran okay second, or she got an okay second in there yesterday. And considering these two came out of the same heat, I would expect them to take the money for the majority of the betting. But I thought that the Rail filly might even take more. But no. I try to predict where it goes. Not always good. But Savona still, I thought, I don't know, just outdid Thorn Crown every step of the way in a similar setting to what they're trying today. I know the turf is much different, but the way that they drew only leads me to the outside filly. Now, I want to get back to Right of Refusal because of her trying the turf today. I thought this was a very interesting entrant for her, considering how well she ran at first asking on our main track, and then how her subsequent 2 turf starts have been 2 of the more forgettable ones in her history. But they're going to try her even shorter today and not at Kentucky Downs. She made a lot of sense to me at a decent price, which didn't last. Now she's 2-1. I thought that she would get well bet, so I didn't jump in here. But Right of Refusal arguably has the most upside in this group, and hints that turf might work well for her too.
Yeah, the turf races have been ugly. I'd give her one more try. This is a much softer spot. The most encouraging thing I see on paper for the 6-horse is the workout with the new equipment. The blinkers go on for Cody Rosine. Cody's a sharp trainer, and we come back with a nice 47-3 breeze. That tells me they figured something out. And if she's going to run today, she's going to have to show some more speed because she's shown nothing in her 2 turf races, beaten 49 lengths combined in 2 starts, albeit against much better competition. There's been no move in those races. So the equipment change, I think, was needed. I still think it comes down to the 1 or the 4. I think those 2 horses both should have a chance to make the lead or battle near the lead. And then it comes down to whether the 5 or 6 can come get them from off the pace.
That's fair. I know. I need things to really melt down if Right of Refusal runs her same races that she has in the past. But they do put the blinkers on her, and Fuentes is going to be back on her. Luis Fuentes is back in town and rode this filly to her maiden win. She took all the early money that day. She is taking early money today. So some positive signs for the outside filly. And given the board and how it's turned out, maybe I would have taken her in hindsight, but it's a little late for that.
Yeah, it should be fun. We've got a pick 5 ticket I'll go over here shortly. I still think Anne's turf right now, like the dirt, where either on or near the leads where you want to be. I think it'll change once we get some moisture, if and when we get some moisture. But right now, you're just not seeing horses make up significant ground in the stretch on either surface, and that's something to handicappers have to keep in mind here.
Exactly, especially with the turf racing that's coming in droves on Saturday. So do watch this one closely in 9 minutes. They're track bound for it, and your 8-5 favorite remains Savona. There's the grid of selections. Lynn Dykert will greet them in a moment.
Well done. A salty bunch heads onto the track for the second, and subsequently a firm turf course, rails all the way in. 50-cent pick 5 wagering. We have a nation low 10% takeout here at Canterbury for the pick 5. And it begins 5 minutes from now.
It's pick 5 time here at Canterbury. This early pick 5 has that 10% takeout. The steam horse is the 6. If the 6 wins, we're going to be out. You may want to add the 6 if you modify my ticket at all here. I've got the 1, 4, and 5. I thought the 5 would be the value. I think the 1 is going to get a great trip from either on or near the lead with the red hot Lindy Wade. Second leg, I'm going to use the 2, who's got speed, and the 6, who's a closer. I think they're the 2 best horses. That means we don't need to spread. In the third leg, which is race number 4, I've got 4, 5, and 8. The 4 is my power play. The 8 is the burnt horse that I fear in the stretch, and the 5 is a 10-1 shot that I thought looked kind of live. Then we move on to race 5, where I've got Lonely Private, my top pick, who's likely going to be loose on the lead, along with Bold Minister, who figures to get that good stalking trip. Only 2 horses there. We'll try to stay alive to the final thoroughbred event of the night. We've got the inside 3 markers, Prize Fighter, My KCJJ, and Street Commander. All going to be likely bet, but if we're alive to that leg, we'll have a price or 2 on the early side of this thing and make this $54 ticket pay. It's 145 with 2-6 with 4-5-8 with 2-4 with 1-2-3 to get to the $54. You can't win it if you don't get in it. These pick 5s have overpaid all season long. Get your bets in right now. 4 minutes to the action starts.
They're at the starting gate, and it is now race time. Race 2, courtesy of Apple Autos. That's the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park, providing real horsepower, just like the 6. Set to unveil the turf racing this Thursday. Right of refusal, Luis Fuentes back at Canterbury. And they're racing. And from the 4-hole, Savona in the turf debut pops nicely. Thorn Crown also in her turf debut. Speed to the inside, far outside, right of refusal with those blinkers and the shades to the outside of Thorn Crown between them. Perfect Moon turf debut, 2.5 clear from Aza Sharpie. And that one has been overtaken by Chaparrita. 6 covered by 6, and they have 3 to go. Savona by 1. It is Savona over right of refusal, who cuts it to a half. Thorn Crown right behind those two, nowhere to go. In fact, checking. Thorn Crown just had to check off the heels of Savona. Meanwhile, Chaparrita's running a big one to the outside, and between runners, right of refusal. Now Thorn Crown gets the light of day, but it's still Savona. Savona 2-1, turning away all challenges. Savona from right of refusal. Savona, that was very well done. Number 4, Savona ran first, 4-6-1, and a 4th place photo. Chaparrita 4th. Slight delay with the posting of the prices. Stand by. 4613 will be official shortly. Into the winner's circle, it's Savona and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owners, Triple AAA Ranch. And the winning trainer, Ryan Kenny. Seatbelts, please. And while we await the posting of the prices for race 2, we can remind you Taste of Canterbury's Whiskey and Wings is coming up August 5th. Whiskey and Wings. It is our third of 4 themed events this year with food and beverage pairings and cocktail samplings. Canterbury's Whiskey and Wings. Saturday, August 5th. Learn more and get tickets at canterburypark.com/events. Inside, far outside, right of refusal with those blinkers and the shades to the outside of Thorn Crown between them. Perfect Moon turf debut, 2.5 clear from Eyes a Sharpie, and that one has been overtaken by Chaparrita. 6 covered by 6, and they have 3 to go. Savona by 1. It is Savona over right of refusal, who cuts it to a half. Thorn Crown right behind those 2, nowhere to go. In fact, checking. Thorn Crown just had to check off the heels of Savona. Meanwhile, Chaparrita's running a big one to the outside, and between runners, right of refusal. Now Thorn Crown gets the light of day, but it's still Savona. Savona 2-1, turning away all challenges. Savona from right of refusal. Savona, that was very well done. Seatbelts, please. We have been informed we are inching closer to a resolution with the outstate problem we're having with posting the prices for race number 2. It should be remedied shortly. Thank you very much for your patience, and seatbelts, please. All righty, race number 2 is cashable. Once again, thank you very much for your patience. Race number 2, 4613, is cashable. The third race, fast main track, scratch number 5, Texas Twinkies. And no superfecta wagering in race number 3. Post time probably, about 18 minutes from now. Good luck.
Savona takes them all the way in race number 2. Now on to race number 3, we have a scratch. So there's no super wagering here in the 5th, but they'll go 1 mile and we'll keep with the fillies theme of things. This is the $5,000 group. And again, scratch the 5 out of here. Please remove Texas Twinkies from the lineup. No super, 5 to go. We start on the inside with Maiden Rock. Maiden Rock comes off a 6 furlong effort, but prior to that, she did go 1 mile and she did finish 4th behind With Her Boots On. With Her Boots On has had a very good season for the Silva Barn. Maiden Rock was far behind her, but improved things a touch last time and she went short. Maybe she will stay closer this time. She has in her last couple. And getting back to a route of ground, Maiden Rock could find herself in a good spot. It looked like there were a couple of horses devoted to going to the front and a couple that might be very far behind. Maybe Maiden Rock finds herself in the middle. And right now she is 8-1. One of the horses that would like to go to the lead, and boy, it must be hard to find tack to fit her, is Alquani. Alquani is currently 9-5 on the board. A lot of horses, this 5-year-old daughter of Phantom Wildcat. She came with a lot of hype when she debuted out at Golden Gate, and she lived up to it, winning by a length, and she came from way, way out of it that day, and has not duplicated that form since that time. But they have not had her over a synthetic surface. They've tried dirt, they've tried turf, they've tried short, they've tried long, but one of her better races did come at a mile 70 down at Hawthorne. That day she was second behind Verklimt, but she did beat More Romance, who's in here, and she also beat Foxglove and Lock It Down in the process, a couple of names that we've seen come back to win since that time. Now, that's a lot of ifs and it's a lot of trying to regain old form, but Alquani does have speed, and that's why I stuck with her on a move back to something that she's done very well in the past. Icy Wilburnia is just behind her, and if she's on the big side, Icy Wilburnia is on the petite side. This Cat Bedford trainee has won before, but it was on the turf, and Icy Wilburnia might be pretty far behind early. She does come out of one-turn races, and that might help the cause, but usually this filly is a pretty devoted closer, and I'm not sure how much pace she's really going to have to run down in here. Some of that might come from Picaflor next door. This Minbred stretches out too. She comes off a couple of one-turn races in which she got different results. Last time she ended up pretty far behind, but she ran a good third on June 11th. Now, Picaflor did take a field basically all the way down at Will Rogers earlier in the year. That field hasn't come back to do a whole bunch since then, including Miss Carmen Sebo, the horse that ran second, but she was odds on and she was close to the front end. That'll both help in here. More Romance on the outside is your current favorite at even money. She was just behind Alquani the last time those two met at Hawthorne, and then when they met on the turf here, both of them were pretty far in arrears. So I like them both. It's not like they ran great in the last try that they had on the turf, so they're going to try something different with them. Makes sense that they're in this spot, so I took them 1-2. 2-6 for me, and a 2-6-4 if you want to be complete with that, as the 5 head out for race number 3. I'll try Alquani to take it on the front end. We'll find out in 11 minutes if she can do it. In the meantime, there's a power play coming at you next.
And the horses come onto the track for tonight's third race. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, or excuse me, no superfecta, daily double, and pick 3. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, double, and pick 3. With that scratch of this race of the 5, there's no superfecta. They'll be at the gate in around 8. All right, folks, Kevin Gorg with you up here in the press box. We get set for the power play tonight. It's coming up in race 4. It's a big part of the pick 5, and it's horse number 4, Rental Pool. Let's take a look at the past performances, and we'll walk through a couple things that stand out. I'm going to start, number 1, with the numbers here on the Canterbury turf. You know, the local turf, big advantage here, 9 for 13 in the trifecta. We get our regular rider, Eduardo Gallardo, back. And you see this line right here? That signifies a significant layoff. Hadn't raced since December. Now we're third time back off the layoff. Think when you haven't been to the gym in a while, maybe taking a month off from that workout, gone back. First couple times you get in there, you're still building things up. That third time you get back, you're usually ready to rock and roll. And now, hasn't raced since June the 11th, so a little bit of a freshening. I want to talk about these workouts down here because I think that's vital. 2 sharp workouts in early July, 48-3 breezing, 49-4 breezing, which means the horse should be legged up. Let's go to the most recent start on the grass, and look where this horse is, and look at the rest of the field. These front 3 markers really separate themselves from the field, and Rental Pool, who had every right to be tired here, chasing some good horses and some fast fractions, really hung in there in the stretch. And what stands out to me about this racehorse is he's going to get a much better trip this time around where he can sit off and pounce. He was forced to make a premature move last time, but these 3 were well clear of the rest of the field. The price is square. It's 4-1. It's horse 4 in race 4 for the power play. Let's cash together.
The third race at Canterbury Park is provided by Cutwater Spirits, and we also thank Ashley Home Store, which is right across the street from Canterbury. Kim Crawford is the official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and concerts in the park. And the horses have reached the gate. It's now post time for the third. Two back. One out. Favored mare in. And the racing, they've broken a line. Alquani out of the gate quickly to the inside. That's the one with the red shadow roll. Picaflor is alongside that too. And Alquani to the inside and Picaflor. They run 5 away from the next duo, which is Icy Will Burn Ya to the inside of More Romance. And More Romance at 4 to 5. Revs up to be 5 out of it. Running away from Icy Will Burn Ya. And Maiden Rock is last. We have 5 racing in single file. It's Alquani and Constantino Roman leading it by 2 and slowing down on the lead. 5/8 to go. Alquani 3/4, make it a half, and cutting into the margin. Picaflor between them. And More Romance now makes it a line of 3, but Alquani wants nothing to do with them, so runs away by 1. Then it's about 7 back to Icy Will Burn Ya, and Maiden Rock still is last, and still about 12 lengths behind Alquani. And Alquani from More Romance and Picaflor is beginning to lose ground a bit, about 3 out of it. Picaflor shoved on hard by the rider. Still a mile clear from Icy Will Burn Ya and Maiden Rock, and round about the quarter pole, Alquani cruises along at 7 to 5, leading it by 3, well off the inside. Now Picaflor is re-engaging to the inside. That's the one with the white face, and Picaflor means business all of a sudden. Outside of that is More Romance. Icy Will Burn Ya running on, likewise for Maiden Rock, and Picaflor has fallen into the lead. Maiden Rock's going to run them all down to the outside. Maiden Rock from last to first, outhouse to penthouse, 15 to 1. Holy cow. Number 1, Maiden Rock, rocked. More Romance second. Photo for the rest. The numbers 1, 6, 3, 4. 15 to 1 winner, 30 to 1 in third. Race 3 at CBY has gone official. The exacta 1-6-31-10. The trifecta 1-13-35. Favored in the middle. 4-1 double 65-50 race 4. To the firm turf course, rail all the way in. We have a pick 5 on races 4 through 8. A 50-cent pick 5 with 10% takeout. Races 4 through 8. And in the fourth race, number 6, She Be Glamorous, is ridden by Laureano Sosa. And scratch number 9, Merlin's Sister. Turf time. About 20 minutes from now, right around 6:40. Here comes the upset-minded Maiden Rock and Carlos Ulloa. Maiden Rock is owned by Puro Candelas and the winning trainer Blanca Candelas. Maiden Rock is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Girolamo out of Shadow Dance. Bred in Minnesota by Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick. An upsetter in the winner's circle. Behold, Maiden Rock. The fourth is courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. And the racing, and they've broken a line. Alquani out of the gate quickly to the inside. That's the one with the red shadow roll. Picaflor is alongside that too. And Alquani to the inside and Picaflor. They run 5 away from the next duo, which is Icy Will Burn Ya to the inside of More Romance. And More Romance at 4 to 5. Revs up to be 5 out of it. Running away from Icy Will Burn Ya. And Maiden Rock is last. We have 5 racing in single file. It's Alquani and Constantino Roman leading it by 2 and slowing down on the lead. 5/8 to go. Alquani 3/4, make it a half, and cutting into the margin. Picaflor between them. And More Romance now makes it a line of 3, but Alquani wants nothing to do with them, so runs away by 1. Then it's about 7 back to Icy Will Burn Ya, and Maiden Rock still is last, and still about 12 lengths behind Alquani. And Alquani from More Romance and Picaflor is beginning to lose ground a bit, about 3 out of it. Picaflor shoved on hard by the rider. Still a mile clear from Icy Will Burn Ya and Maiden Rock, and round about the quarter pole, Alquani cruises along at 7 to 5, leading it by 3 well off the inside. Now Picaflor is re-engaging to the inside. That's the one with the white face, and Picaflor means business all of a sudden. Outside of that is More Romance. Icy Will Burn Ya running on, likewise for Maiden Rock, and Picaflor has fallen into the lead. Maiden Rock's going to run them all down to the outside. Maiden Rock from last to first, outhouse to penthouse, 15 to 1. Holy cow.
Well, jockey Carlos Ulloa and Maiden Rock had about 12 lengths to make up when they turned down the Canterbury stretch. By the end of the race, they were 7 clear of the field. That's an incredible move. 15-1 puts a little juice into that pick 5 and pick 4. If you're alive there, you're sitting on some nice scores. Good luck, because here comes maybe the most difficult race we've seen in at least a week to handicap. 10 of them on the turf with the scratch, and you can tell by looking at the betting board right now that there is not going to be a significant favorite come post time. Let's handicap this beauty. If you can find a way to the trifecta or superfecta here, this thing could really pay. So try to get lucky here. Mix in some long shots. Let's start with one of those long shots to the inside. That is Sassy Cat for Vic Hansen. This is an invader from Eureka Downs. And Luis Valenzuela, I think, is a good fit because she's got natural speed. Inside post, you've got to use that speed early. And she's taking some action right now. 12-1 on the morning line, bet down to 9-1. And her turf race, if you go back to March at Turf Paradise, that 72 turf figure when she went wire to wire is more than good enough to win a race like this. So if you're looking for one of those long shots to mix into your try and super, you could do worse than number 1, Sassy Cat. Number 2 also has speed. Her name is Bid for Power for Lynn Kleberad. The jockey is Alonso Quinones. He's one of our best. Exits a good race where this horse did all the dirty work, dueling on the front end and fading late. To me, the 1 and 2 have a similar style. So if they can separate themselves, we could be in for, I think, both horses being at least a part of the superfecta. If they go eyeball to eyeball, they might both be vulnerable late. 3 horse is Mizana. Constantino Roman gets the call for Nancy Sheehan. Just 4 for 47 in her lifetime. But do note this. Those 4 wins all happened on this turf course. This is without a doubt her favorite spot, and she should get a great trip. If the 1 and 2 do what they always do, which is show speed, she can draft in behind and save all the ground. My top pick in the race will be the 4. I like Rental Pool, and I like Rental Pool a lot here. This is a horse that loves the Canterbury turf. 9 for 13 in the top 3. We get third time off the layoff with a couple of sharp workouts. I just think in a crowded field, you want to be prominent here. And she's a horse that likes to lay just off the front end, and I think there's enough speed to let this field kind of separate itself. She'll be in that good spot, maybe 2-3 lengths off the lead, ready to pounce. I'll try this one with Gallardo at 5-1. Number 5 is She's Got the Power. Double H, Harry Hernandez, such a good rider for the red-hot trainer, Jose Silva. Third off the layoff, lots of speed, and a deep closer. This horse, to me, is an absolute must if you're building a try and super. She will be rolling late. Put Sosa on the 6, She Be Glamorous for Tim Padilla. 16 tries on our turf course, 10 for 16 in the top 3. Now, her recent form is not great, and I don't like to see the barn rider, Alonso Quinones, elsewhere, but there is a case to be made. You're going to have to get kind of creative there, and the price kind of tells the story. Next in line is Silvera. Ulloa is looking to go boom, boom, back-to-back with long shots. He rides again for the same barn, the Condelas barn. The blinkers go on. All kinds of sneaky angles there. But the turf form is, well, it's been a while. I mean, if you go back to October of 22, those 2 races in Chicago were competitive, but lately the form has gone the wrong direction. We'll see if the turf can wake this one up. 8's getting bet. Why not? Joel Burnt, Jermaine Bridgeman, and Dreaming Biz. This Minnesota bred has terrific turf numbers and great human connections. I think she's the horse to beat, and she is 3-1. Now we move to the 10-horse Fat and Furious for Lindy Wade. Chip Woolley, the trainer, a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, has a horse that should be rolling late with lots of speed to chase down. And what do you do with the 11? The 11 looks good on paper. This is Lila's Lucky Lady, Carlo Lopez for Asperino. I don't like the post. I'll say that right now. The post is no bargain. It's a short run into that first turn. But if you look at the turf figures, this horse, I think, fits awfully well in this spot. Good stalking speed. We'll see if Carlo can work out a trip. He's a terrific pilot. What a great betting race. Look for some bombers. Find your way to the try and superfecta. An awesome turf race awaits. And don't forget, when you're betting tonight, download the First Bet app. It is the preferred app of all of us up in the press box. Easy to deposit money, even easier to take it out when you win. No standing in line, just make the bets on your phone. The First Bet app is awesome. So is race number 4. Good luck when betting this one. It's a humdinger. 10 ladies on the turf coming up and coming at you next.
Arriving at the starting gate, it's turf time. And the commencing of our second pick 5. Leg 3 of the first pick 5. A 15-1 outsider, Maiden Rock, won race number 3. Here they come. Sassy Cat, Bid for Power. And Mizana. Sheepy Glamorous, Silvera. The connections of Silvera popped at 15-1 last race. Dreaming Biz. Sans the Diuretic. Fat and Furious. She's got the power. And the 7-year-old Minnesotan, Lila's Lucky Lady. Big field, turf time, race 4. And they're racing. Everybody off squarely. Sassy Cat purrs out of the gate at 15-1. Sassy Cat on the lead. Bid for Power, 3.5-1. Also showing speed. And AC Doocy are going quickly into the first turn. They're about 4 clear from Mizena. After that, we come to Lila's Lucky Lady. From that 11 spot, neatly got down to the inside, right next to the rail, about 3 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Rental Pool. And Rental Pool under a very tight pull, about 4 out of it, overtaken by Mizena. 3-4 after that is Dreaming Biz. She's got the power behind her, 9 out of it, 5.5 clear from Fat and Furious. Then it's Sheepy Glamorous, and Silvera is last of the 10 as they zing into the far turn. And with 3.5 furlongs to go, Sassy Cat still has upset on her mind. Bid for Power sticks to her to the outside. Lila's Lucky Lady is trapped. Outside of that, Mizana. Rental Pool also in an interesting spot. 2.5 clear from She's Got the Power running on the inside, and Dreaming Biz is attached to her. And 5 and 8 are definitely on the move, angling to the outside. Then we come back to She Be Glamorous, who is overtaking Fat and Furious, and here they come. Dreaming Biz on the outside means Biz. She's Got the Power, angles to the inside, and Rental Pool scoots through and takes the lead. Then on the inside is Lila's Lucky Lady. It is Rental Pool and Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz, Rental Pool, Dreaming Biz put a nightmare on Rental Pool. Photo finish. Photo finish and a claim. We had a claim in race number 4. And result of the photo shows the winner is number 8, Dreaming Biz. 8-4, 10-5 in 135.58. Number 10, Fat and Furious, who ran third, was claimed for $7,500. Fat and Furious claimed by Silva Racing and Byron Lindemann. The Thumbs Up Gang, led by Miguel Angel Silva, trains Fat and Furious. Claimed for $7,500. Thumbs Up, Lindemann, Thumbs Up. Fourth race official, $10.50 for the exacta. 50-cent trifecta, $27. The superfecta, 8-4-10-5, paid $19.96. Double from race 3, $58.70. Post time pick 4 paid $258.50, and the most recent pick 3, $318. To the fifth race, fast main track, pick 4 wagering on the final 4 lives this evening. No scratches, no rider changes. Race 5, about 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, it is Dreaming Biz and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Dreaming Biz is owned by Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Gilbert. Dreaming Biz is a 6-year-old Dark Bay mare out of Fed Biz from the Sky Mesa mare, Mesa Mirage. Dreaming Biz was bred in Minnesota by Almar Farm Partners. The fifth race is provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of CBY. And they're racing, everybody off squarely. Sassy Cat purrs out of the gate at 15-1. Sassy Cat on the lead. Bid for Power, 3.5-1, also showing speed. And AC Doocy are going quickly into the first turn. They're about 4 clear from Mizena. After that, we come to Lila's Lucky Lady. From that 11 spot, neatly got down to the inside, right next to the rail, about 3 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Rental Pool. And Rental Pool under a very tight pull, about 4 out of it, overtaken by Mizena. 3-4 after that is Dreaming Biz. She's got the power behind her, 9 out of it, 5.5 clear from Fat and Furious. Then it's She Be Glamorous, and Silvera is last of the 10 as they zing into the far turn. And with 3.5 furlongs to go, Sassy Cat still has upset on her mind. Bid for Power sticks to her to the outside. Lila's Lucky Lady is trapped. Outside of that, Ms. Anna. Rental Pool also in an interesting spot. 2.5 clear from She's Got the Power running on the inside, and Dreaming Biz is attached to her, and 5 and 8 are definitely on the move, angling to the outside. Then we come back to She Be Glamorous, who is overtaking Fat and Furious, and here they come. Dreaming Biz on the outside means Biz. She's Got the Power, angles to the inside, and Rental Pool scoots through and takes the lead. Then on the inside is Lila's Lucky Lady. It is Rental Pool and Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz, Rental Pool, Dreaming Biz put a nightmare on Rental Pool. After that, Undertow North Arm Bay has the bright colors to the outside for the bottom part of the ticket, but it's Outrun 'em with a commanding lead into the final 75. Outrun 'em has outpaced all of them in race 1. Mystifier from last gets up to fill the exhibit. Chaparrita's running a big one to the outside, and between runners, right of refusal. Now Foreign Crown gets the light of day, but it's still Savona. Savona 2-1, turning away all challenges. Savona from right of refusal. Savona, that was very well done. Side of that is more romance. Icy will burn you running on. Likewise for Maiden Rock, and Picaflor has fallen into the lead. Maiden Rock's going to run them all down to the outside. Maiden Rock from last to first, outhouse to penthouse, 15-1. Holy cow. On the outside means Biz. She's got the power angles to the inside, and Rental Pool scoots through and takes the lead. Then on the inside is Lila's Lucky Lady. It is Rental Pool and Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz, Rental Pool, Dreaming Biz put a nightmare on Rental Pool.
Beautiful night out here for our first Thursday night of racing. We'll be doing this all the way through mid-August, so 6 consecutive Thursdays. We always race on Wednesday as well at 5 o'clock. Make plans to join us this weekend. Big weekend of racing both here and nationally. We race Saturday at 5, Sunday, Family Day at 1. Saturday's Hall of Fame night. We've got 4 great stakes races for you. And I tell you, if you like to play the simulcast, and why wouldn't you? Third floor at Canterbury is like a mini Las Vegas. Right now, the best time of year to be a simulcast horse player. Saratoga out east, and next week, Del Mar out west starts. So you got to come out, play national racing, play Canterbury, and have some fun. Let's take a look at this race, the 5th of the night at 5.5 furlongs. These are claimers, starting with number 1, Big League Benny. Harry Hernandez gets the call for Jose Silva. Cuts back after a futile try in the mud. Likes it much faster, and gets that type of track. Should be able to save ground and try to come get him late. Now, I like the 2. I'm not playing this horse at 3-5, though. 3-5 is a little skinny on Lonely Private. He is the speed of the speed, and it is 5.5 furlongs, and it is Robertino Diodoro, which is all a good thing. I think this horse right now, though, a little bit overbet. 9-5 on the morning line sounds about right. We'll see if that price drifts up, but I think Lonely Private with Carlo Lopez will be the ones they have to catch, and I think this horse is the horse to beat. I think there's better value on the board, but certainly the most likely winner to me would be Lonely Private. Number 3 is Gentleman's Secret, Luis Valenzuela for Wade Rarick. Interesting horse here. Back-to-back muddy track efforts where this horse was chasing some pretty fast fractions, and this horse had been racing on the synthetic surface out at Golden Gate, so could improve here with a fast track and should get a good setup from just off the pace. So right now at 6-1, one of the value-laden horses up on the board. Maybe the best value on the board is the 4 Bold Minister, 4-1 morning line. I thought the horse would be lower than that. I look up, I see 8-1. If the favorite stumbles, to me, this is the most likely winner. Second off the layoff, good barn, and Lindy Wade has been riding so very well at Canterbury. I think the 4 is super live here at 8-1. 5 is Canonized, Alonso Quinones for Lynn Kleberad. In from Will Rogers. When right, this horse packs a nice stretch kick, but boy, the track has not been kind to closers outside of that 15-1 we saw about an hour ago. I'll tell you what, the 5 looks good though down here walking in the paddock, so maybe that is your angle. 6 is a Minnesota bred May We All with the lovely Kelsey Haar. Astride for a good trainer too. Cody Rosine's barn, rock solid. 10 career wins, 8 of those 10 wins here on the Canterbury main track. So we'll see if May We All can use that outside attack post for the Moose and come get the money at 5-1. Race 5 starts the pick 4, guys. We still have 4 more cool races. 2 thoroughbreds, 2 quarter horses. Why not play the pick 4, have a couple thoroughbred winners, catch a couple quarter horse winners, and make yourself some money? The pick 4 starts right here. It's race number 5, Sprinters. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
We have another pick 4 starting here in the 5th. We're 6 minutes away from it. And I like a horse that's out of price right now. I know that may not stay. I mean, the will pays say it might. But we're going to look here right in the 5th at current 8-1 shot, Bold Minister. Now, Bold Minister is a horse that I didn't single on my pick 4, but he's one of only 2 that I used in hopes of beating your heavy 3-5 favorite at the moment, Lonely Private. We're going to try to do it on the front end. So first, let's look at Mr. Bold Minister here. His best work comes at Canterbury. You can see that up here with his lifetime record versus his Canterbury record. He's hit the board 6 times. 4 of those have been at Canterbury. Obviously a surface that this horse likes. We hadn't seen him since December. But he came back here on June 18th and ran third. We're going to look at that race in a couple of different spots to see how Bold Minister's doing. Now, if you look back down here on the page, he was a popular claim last summer here at Canterbury. You can see changing hands a number of times, but doing his best work for the trainer that brought him here. And that trainer was Chris Richard. These are the starts for Chris Richard. The first one he won. That was against $10,000 claimers by a few. The second one, he was claimed. It was the same level, but he went 6 and 6.5. This is a versatile horse who has speed, and we're going to take a look at that speed on his return effort. That looks to add to this 2-win total. These are the wins for Chris Richard. Now that was on June 18th of this year. That was going 6.5 furlongs, and we're going to take a look at him on the inside. He's the rail runner, and a break is very important for him because this horse has had some issues sometimes getting out quickly. Now, he doesn't break right on top, but he manages to get himself in the mix. That's important because we want somebody that's going to go after Lonely Private and try to wear him down. Now, on the outside, switches leads, gets into the race fine. He won't get second, but this was his first effort in a while. It kind of looked like a horse who needed the race. Now watch Harry Hernandez on the outside not really get into Bold Minister too much. The horse on his inside is being asked for a lot more to get second. Unleash the Beast, beat him. That's fine. He wins a lot of races here at Canterbury, but this is a good setup for this next upcoming task in a few minutes, and 8-1 will work for us. That's the angle in the 5th, Bold Minister. We're talking pick 4 in a second. There is the pick 4 ticket we just talked about a second ago on the screen, all $6 of it. Bold Minister is my top pick in here, but I did use Gentleman's Secret as well. Both of these two should be able to keep themselves in close range on Lonely Private, maybe get the jump on some of the closers, and pull a mild upset here in the 5th. Now on race number 6, I took a few different ones. I don't necessarily trust my KCJJ, but Prize Fighter on the inside and Irish Dawn on the outside have different things going for them, including inside speed and some really good works leading into this, off some longer races, and maybe a price. I singled in the 7th. I think a lot of people might single Eyes Be Quick, and it makes sense with the resume of races that he's put together, especially against state breds. This spot fits him like a glove, and he should be a very short price. Now I'm going to use Vic Hansen's 2 second-time starters in our 8th race today. My play of the day, Runnin' Man, is my top choice in there. Both of them showed good potential at Remington in their first outs. One of them was against Open, that would be the 3 Runnin' Man, and one was against Claiming Fillies, that being the Rail Horse Snowy Confetti, but both could take a big step forward in here and do so at a healthy number. So put in that $6, get those pick 4s in the next couple of minutes, because that's all you got before they're going to take off for the 5th.
It is now post time. And there racing in the Johnny K. Civil Servant Classic, and zinging out of the gate is Lonely Private, looking to make friends in the winner's enclosure. After that, Gentleman's Secret. The secret's out of the bag in second. May We All with Kelsey 4 lengths from the lead, and to the outside of Big League Benny. Then we come back to Bold Minister beginning to advance, and the one in last is Canonized. They race in single file and are separated by 8, chasing the 2. It's Lonely Private, and Lonely Private at 1 to 5 scoots along, leading it by 1. Gentleman's Secret is creeping up to the outside, and 2 and 3 are locked in battle as they head for home, and they're 7 clear from Big League Benny. Outside of that, May We All. Then we come back to Bold Minister, and up goes Gentleman's Secret. Lonely Private trying to fend the challenge and doing okay on the inside. It is Gentleman's Secret and Lonely Private to the line together. Gentleman's Secret and Lonely. It is the 3. Gentleman's Secret in time. Photo finish. It's a photo finish. Please hold all tickets. And we also had a claim for $5,000. Information forthcoming. Please stand by. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Gentleman's Secret. It is 3-2-1-5 in a lickety-split 103.59. And the 5th race is official. 3-2 exacta 24.10. That 50-cent trifecta 3-2-1 paid $45.70. The 10-cent superfecta 53 and change. And the pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5 paid $1,726 for a dollar. Pick 3 races 3, 4, and 5. In the winner's enclosure, Gentleman's Secret and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner and trainer, Wade Rarick. This winner was 9-1. Behold, the upset-minded Gentleman's Secret. Number 3, the winner was claimed for $5,000, and the new owner trainer is Gabriel Silva. Gentleman's Secret claimed $5,000. G Silva. Race number 6 is on a fast main track, no scratches and no rider changes. Post time, 20 minutes from now. racing in the Johnny K. Civil Servant Classic, and zinging out of the gate is Lonely Private, looking to make friends in the winner's enclosure. After that, Gentleman's Secret. The secret's out of the bag in second. May We All with Kelsey, 4 lengths from the lead, and to the outside of Big League Benny. Then we come back to Bold Minister beginning to advance, and the one in last is Canonized. They race in single file and are separated by 8, chasing the 2. It's Lonely Private. And Lonely Private at 1 to 5 scoots along, leading it by 1. Gentleman's Secret is creeping up to the outside, and 2 and 3 are locked in battle as they head for home. And they're 7 clear from Big League Benny. Outside of that, May We All. Then we come back to Bold Minister, and up goes Gentleman's Secret. Lonely Private trying to fend the challenge and doing okay on the inside. It is Gentleman's Secret and Lonely Private to the line together. Gentleman's Secret and Lonely. It is the 3. Gentleman's Secret in time.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman, getting you ready for the final thoroughbred event of the night. Races 7 and 8 are quarter horse dashes, and we get excited in the press box whether we're alive or we're just watching on the sidelines like we are tonight with this pick 5 that ends right here. The lowest payoff is to the 3 horse, and it's over $6,000 on a 50-cent bet. So we've got some giant payoffs available. If you're alive, good luck, and that's what it's all about.
Phew, yeah, good luck. It's nice rooting for even money for that much of a payoff, huh?
Oh.
I mean, we can start with Street Commander because neither one of us, I think, has this horse on top. But if you're rooting for that as opposed to the largest payout, and obviously the most tickets will have him, then Street Commander, your thoughts. What does he need to win this race? Because I thought that he needed more pace than he's going to get.
Yeah, I just think he gets so far back. And, Harry Hernandez is a terrific jockey, but, sometimes you're at the mercy of what might not be a real alacritive pace. I thought Prize Fighter was the speed of the speed, but he's not exactly going to go out there and set the world on fire up front. So Street Commander can absolutely win, but he's going to have to make up 6, 7, 8 lengths to do so. And I think right now, the way this track is playing, it's hard to do. Now, we did see a horse make up a bunch of lengths earlier, but the front end of that race really collapsed. They basically crawled in the final football field.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening here. And so I was torn between the inside 2 horses. I went back and forth between Prize Fighter and my KCJJ. We land on the same horse.
Yep.
In fact, Paul Allen's with us. The entire steam team are on the 2.
A 7-to-1 shot.
How about that?
That's a beautiful thing.
Why do you like the 2?
I do like my KCJJ because of some of the speed that he showed in February. I know that was against 3-year-old maidens. And you have to keep in mind, even though there's a high price tag, all but his last race were against 3-year-olds. So they look a little bit more pricey and better on paper than they probably are. So I'm not as concerned about this horse being in for $20,000. I mean, if he was in against older horses to begin with, he might be at this level the whole time. Now, they're 6 for 27 in the Williams camp, dropping horses out of allowance into claimers. And in particular here at Canterbury, they've accounted for 4 of those 6 wins here, 4 for 12, when they just take horses out of allowance and put them into claimers. And they don't drop them to the bottom. I like that they don't put them all the way to the bottom because this is a barn that is not afraid to put them exactly where they belong. And if they think this is it, I would take 6-1 and go right along with it.
Yeah, I look at the numbers, too, for the Williams barn. 1 win from 14 starts doesn't tell the whole story because they've hit the board 9 times out of 14. And then I just look at who this horse ran against. I mean, Xavier Dave and One in Vermilion are 2 very nice horses. Now, he was beaten 16 lengths, but my point is they're keeping much better company. I mean, One in Vermilion ran huge at Prairie Meadows last weekend. I'm worried about the one being loose. If Chad Lindsay can get loose on Prize Fighter, he could be a handful in the stretch. But as you know, Ange, at 6.5 furlongs, that final half furlong matters.
And it should for Prize Fighter because Prize Fighter more than once has been on the front end turning for home at Canterbury and not come home in front. So Prize Fighter on the barn switch, maybe they get him into what he's into, but they ran him in the same spot last time. He had a better post position, and he beat 2 horses. So they'd have to improve Prize Fighter in a hurry, considering that they just put him right in the same heat again. And I wonder about Irish Dawn on the outside, because I remember us back in September just looking at each other and being like, they know. They knew. Yeah, and the horse cruised on the front end at under 4-1. And if you go on some of his past turf races, the dots didn't all connect other than him dropping into claimers, but he backed that up with a good race in this category. Now, he did have some more races behind him, and that might matter, but the sharp works make me think that Irish Dawn might be in a very cozy spot to make his 2023 debut.
Yeah, and he ran against Chicken Truck, who's a
press box darling.
I love Chicken Truck. He was right there with the truck. It's interesting, and I think the 5 horse might be the X factor because I'm not certain that the 5's good enough to win, but I do think the 5's good enough to keep the 1 honest and push that 1 along, and that opens things up for the 2, the 3, and maybe the outside horse with the Wolfman.
The Wolf.
Look at the Wolfman looking sharp on top of that gorgeous gray. He did the fist pump.
Exactly.
I love that. The boy Wolfman.
If you know Kevin and you know Grays and you see them together, more often than not, there's some money going the way of that gray out of Kevin's pocket.
No doubt about it.
And back to your point on Franz. His best race here was chasing the pace in second and very, very viable at 8-1. Now they head out to the track for race number 6. They'll do it in about 10 minutes. They're headed out to the track now, 6-5 on your current favorite Street Commander. That's what everybody likes. Kevin and I and Paul on my KCJJ. You're going to hear some more of that voice coming up very shortly as Kevin Gorg takes the mic to call the 6th.
The incomparable Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for tonight's 6th race at 6.5 furlongs. We have no scratches or jockey changes here in the 6th. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. And the final pick 3 on the card tonight with 2 great quarter horse dashes on deck. At the gate in 8. Good luck.